Yo, man. I I try to be involved in these conversations about race, and I kind of weigh on the side of I lean on the side of Morgan Freeman, where he said if we can just stop talking about it. I think that's something like that. He says something like that. If we can stop talking about it, it might actually go away. uh I just, most people can't grasp the concept of white and black not actually being a, a, a thing. Like, there's no such thing as a white person. There's no such thing as a black person. And the legality behind those terms alone, in, like, just the etymology. And I've probably already lost 99% of the audience, any audience that I might have, just by saying those 20 words, or however many words I just said. When I bring up legality, etymology, most people can't, like, grasp the concept of half of what I say sometimes. So I'm almost forced to say black when I talk about people who look like me. And there's nothing that like really grinds my gears more than the lack of comprehension when people have these conversations, because they think they're really talking about something and they think they're being productive, but the reality is they're regressing. They're not making any progress. Because if we can't get down to the core, like the core problem, the foundational problem of society, none of the conversations will ever actually make any sense to people, like, as a whole. There is no such thing as a black person. There is no such thing as a white person. You can point to the darkest, and like I said, I can't say it without saying it. You can point to the darkest black person and he still won't be black. You can point to the whitest white person and they still won't physically be white. So the term being a legal one, and people not communicating with that understanding, is why we can't have a productive conversation about it. Black's Law Dictionary, Maritime Admiralty Law, those two, which are a major foundation of, that plus etymology, I can't even say the word, etymology. Etymology, Black's Law, Maritime Admiralty Law are three things underneath what people understand as English American. Those three things, or four, whatever I said, actually determine whether or not our conversations are progressive or not. And then you got to bring in spirituality on top of that, because there's so much more to, like, to human life than just black person, white person. The oh my gosh, I don't like that word, and I need to say it more often so it can roll off the tongue. The etymology. Will expose the vibrational context of these words, I think. And it all starts with I think maybe I don't really know how to communicate this, but I think it all starts with frequencies. I wanted to say liquid like water, but I think it all starts with frequencies, and water is probably the quickest way we can display, represent, understand, and depict those frequencies that are traveling through the environment. And I think that's why water is like so important in this conversation. It's like, oh, we're talking about black and white and humanity and racism, and then now we're talking about water. I've already lost 99% of the audience just with that alone. But when you look at a sound wave on a machine, like an audio recording, again, back on etymology, the wave is a wave. That's why water is the quickest way to be able to like discern the frequency and the energy. And that all ties back into the conversation about race, because if people understood all of those things, which is a lot for a single person to grasp, etymology, maritime admiralty law, water, frequencies, Black's law, and they could put all of those together, they would realize why saying black and white is a problem in itself, because those things don't exist. Therefore, we're trying to live on, within, and around frequencies without acknowledging what those frequencies actually are. Like, I'm brown. So if you spend your entire life calling a brown person black, then everything else that brown person knows, believes, thinks will also be construed and like a misrepresentation of the actual thing that surrounds him or that embodies him or her. And I think this is why we've gotten so far off the rails with just, I identify as a they, them, this and that, and I'm okay with like people wanting to do their own thing and having their own personality. But I think this is the reason people have gone so far from the foundation of like human life, is that they don't understand the impact of their words and the meanings and how those words and meanings and intentions affect the rest of like the world around them. It all starts at that foundation of frequencies. And if we live the world that was based on frequencies, instead of saying red is red and yellow is yellow, if we understood that different colors were different frequencies, and we addressed those colors as their frequencies, as well as every other thing that we do in life, and like communication, how we communicate with each other, we would have never gotten here to begin with. Like, red is not red. Red is a set of frequencies that we just call red because it's easy, it's simple. But that frequency makes a significant impact on how, if that frequency were to collapse with the frequency of a different color, those two colors together would create a whole separate frequency. So what we think we have is black people living amongst white people, but again, those are two frequencies. And when you put those frequencies together, neither of those frequencies are individual anymore. They create a whole new tone, a whole new frequency. Therefore, a lot of the things that we think exist, that we talk about almost every day, every second of every day, none of it's real. There is no such thing as a black person. There is no such thing as a white person. Those things don't exist. And even if they did, when bringing those things into one universe, their coexistence creates a whole new existence that isn't individually white or black. And it's, again, I probably lost 100% of the audience with that one. And I hate that I can't have this type of conversation with people because they're the lack of experience and the lack of intellectual depth, the lack of intention, the lack of desire to want to know this stuff, the lack of education. Like, I could go on and on. We're absolutely doomed. We're cooked, as the fucking kids like to say. We're cooked. But I keep seeing stuff on my timeline today that's relative to that. And it's like, I wish we could get away from it. I really do wish we could get away from it. But it has to start with the baseline understanding that black is not a real thing. There's no such thing. I think I might have a fix for my text issue. I've got this set up to where I can, when I walk in the room, this text is going to disappear. But I want to use a different material on the text. I want to use like this wall material on this text. So I think I can do that if I modify the event graph. Let's see here. So I've got an event graph. I've got it set up to where when you walk into a collision box, the text will change its material's opacity. So on event, on component begin overlap for the collision box, we're going to play a timeline, and I've got two collision boxes, one in the garage in case someone doesn't start the level going through the front door, through the door on the porch. And we're using the fade in and out timeline component, which is this. That fade in and out, let's see, has a simple animation where it goes from basically 1 completely visible at time 0 to 0 completely invisible at time 2, so 2 seconds. And that animation plays on this scalar parameter value that overrides the opacity. This is a material ID, which is, I guess I could delete this. On event begin play, we create a dynamic material instance, which is the plastic white material that I have on the text now. And then we set that material on the basement text static mesh. This is also confusing even to me, so I'm sorry if I'm just like, if I'm going over your head. So we set this material on begin play to take over the material that's applied to the static mesh component, which is this text. That way, when I walk through that collision box, I can change the value of that material to target the opacity override, and then inside of the animation timeline component, the material override value changes from 1 to 0 over that 2 seconds. So I want to see if I can preview that. If I go to the material, which is here, the opacity override is set to 1, and it's going to fade out to 0 when I walk through that box. So let's set this aside and see if we can watch that happen in real time when I walk through that box if I press play. So no, we can't see it happen in the material instance itself. It's only going to happen inside of this window. But there's no way for us to actually see that fade happening unless we have this visible. So maybe I hit play here. I walk through. No, I can't see the animation. It just does it. Therefore, I think what can happen is I can grab the material that's on this wall. So wall paint white. On event begin play. And if I walk into that box, it'll change the material and then play the animation. So instead of doing on event begin play, let's break this link. Let's instead create the dynamic material instance and then play the animation. On event begin play, I want to change the material. So we're going to want to set the material ID again. So copy, paste here on event begin play. We're going to set this material to the wall paint white. Or instead of dynamically changing that on play, I can grab that text and set it here. So let's see what it looks like once I apply that material. It now has the shadow that I want on it. All right, so it's got the material that I want because the light is now impacting the asset. I'm gonna block every single person that tells me that they're using headphones because I know that that's a bot at this point. Okay, compile, save. Let's try this now and see if it'll still disappear. Okay, so that does what I want it to. I've been, it's usually something super simple. It's usually a very simple. There's a very simple solution. So now I can take this and hit play again. And you see now if I adjust the sun, it will interact with my basement text. And I also have a shadow from the basement text on the wall, and it looks amazing. So now I can walk through and it'll hide itself. I feel like this is a little bit whitewashed. Maybe I can adjust the exposure a little bit, but in darker sunlight, in a dark environment, it's not going to look that great. So maybe I need to have an exposure bias set up in the ultra dynamic sky. Let me think what I want to do here. I think I need to change my scalability real quick to make sure we are on high, which is okay. What is epic gonna look like? My reflections are gonna look terrible if I go medium. Not terrible, not bad. I could probably use this temporarily just to... it does look kind of bad. It does look a little bad. Performance is nice though. And that's what I need to add to the actual final executable is a scalability setting so that users can switch between like a profile of low quality, medium, high, and ultra. All the bells and whistles. But if I sit here for just like 10 seconds and really think about what my problem is and what the potential solution could be, I'll come up with these ideas that solve problems that I've had for weeks. We're whistling through my teeth, and that's one of the problems that I had was let's go scalability again. I want to set my reflections to be epic. Excuse me, textures to high, shading to high. Shading doesn't appear to do much of a difference. Landscape, we don't need any landscape. Let's see, effects. What happens when we go high here? What are we seeing back there? That's all right. I'll take that. Effects, medium, global illumination. I think I do want that one to be high. Shadows. Let's look inside and see. Shadows to high. Epic. They don't seem to make a huge difference. Post-processing also doesn't seem to make a large difference. Anti-aliasing, we'll keep that one high. View distance. I don't think I need a far view distance for this project. Interesting, the culling that happens from visibility. It's very fast. You can kind of see everything pop in or hide. Well, not, you can't see anything hide, but you see hidden things pop in when I clip through this wall right here, which I think is great for performance. I'm not using a lot of nanite either, because it simply just hasn't helped. I do want to increase the bias for my shadows. So if I go to lighting, sky, ultra dynamic sky, and I search shadows or just shadow sample scale, shadow, intensity. These are cloud shadow, fog, dust, cinematic, color grading, shadows. I think I can change shadow threshold strength, local exposure, shadow contrast. So if I take the contrast of the shadows down just a little bit, gives a little bit more visibility in those corners. What's the threshold going to be? Set this back to normal. I feel like these two cancel each other out. And what I want here is to get a more polished architectural visualization type of look. I can turn my shadows, make my shadows more of a, I can saturate things that are in the, oh my gosh, the color grading that is on here this is nuts. This is not, I don't see videos going in depth on, maybe I'm just not looking. I'm sure they're out there. They gotta be out there. But color grading the shadow, like the contrast and the saturation of the shadows. Can really change the quality of your product, of your project for architectural visualization. Let's see what happens with gain. At this point, I'm just messing with stuff. Let's set that back to what it was. Because I don't know what I don't know, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. There's a lot I don't know. And there's a lot to know. There's a lot to learn and understand about really just Unreal Engine itself. Not going to spend a whole lot of time here, but this is all really really interesting to me, for one, and really useful. All right, so let's keep this project at like a kind of low to medium, and this might significantly help with performance. I do believe that one of the things that I'm seeing here is that post-processing something is giving me okay, so glass definitely needs to have effects on high. Not seeing a big difference between that and epic. And then shading. Shading looks like it's okay on medium. And of course we want our reflections to look as nice as possible. But I think cinematic is overkill. But as I noticed, if I go through a window and I set those, even on high, it looks okay. So I'm not seeing a major difference between high and cinematic right now, which means I might not need that. Or okay, I see the difference with medium and high. And this allows me to see a lot more of the detail in this model. Okay, so that's pretty good. That's something I needed to fix, is I could hardly see the detail in these chairs in the shadows, and just adjusting that bias It really made a difference. Now I want to bring in some stuff in here, and I don't know what yet, but we're going to figure it out. Yesterday we brought in a guitar and a pair of shoes. That's it. But there's a lot more that I need to bring in here that it's also going to maybe teach me a couple things. Let's see, smart plug. Kids wagon. Mechanical door. Pizza. Paper plates. Wicker basket. We don't need any of this decorative stuff right now. Solo cups. What I can do though is go ahead and convert that lamp that's on the table back here to a blueprint. Another thing I've yet to do here is convert my materials to material instances. So I guess that's something I could do. Edison lamp. Let's see what our textures are. We got 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. We're missing the AO. So we got a roughness, specular, normal, albedo, and AO. So let me go ahead and drag the ambient occlusion in. Oh, wait. It's okay. Dragged in the wrong thing. I'm going to create a material instance from our master material. So let's find the master material, right click and create a material instance. And this is going to be mi underscore we'll call it Edison for now. Let's drop down our light and switch. Let's see, electronics, vintage Edison lamp. So mi vintage Edison lamp. Let's move it into a folder. All right, double click it. And let's just put it halfway over. And let's go to textures. We need to enable ambient occlusion texture. We need to enable normal, roughness, specular, AO, albedo. And let's go ahead and just grab the albedo, AO, normal, roughness, specular. Save it. And for this mesh, I'm going to really select all three, Control E, yes, or all five. So lamp base is going to use our new custom material instance, and it already looks better. If I undo, you can see the lack of detail in there. So let's go ahead and put it in there, and now it looks significantly better. It's just one minor change like that. You can see the metalness a lot better. And these wires are using multiple materials. So I think I can just grab a random material off of, let's say, this desk. It's metal, search for the metal. We're going to apply this to any black part. So at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter. Nobody's ever going to look at this. Actually, maybe we can do, let's search for plastic black. And lastly, we need a LED for the other parts. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take these non-translucent, non-emissive components, and we're going to go into modeling mode, and then favorites, merge. We're going to set first input object, delete inputs, and accept. That gives us one mesh. And I can go and search for and rename that. So, Vintage Edison LED. Perfect. And then I can take the bulb and emissive. So let's create a new material. Save that as bulb. I'm gonna open that up and delete. These materials. Actually, we're gonna rename this lamp or emissive. I want to figure out what the settings of this emissive is. At a constant, some bright orange color. And roughness. A lot of stuff that like really doesn't matter. Some shininess even. And I think I can just toggle albedo, base color. Probably give it something close to an orange. Base, add an emissive. Oh. Okay, so no emissive texture, we want emissive color. And it needs to be something like this. So X, cancel, all paste, enter. Okay, emissive intensity. And the difference of those is this one has like an outer glow to it. I'm not exactly. I'm like just saying, I'm not exactly sure. I'm not exactly sure how this will translate. Because I do kind of like the setup of this emissive. Maybe it's a specular thing. Nah. Yeah, not really sure what to do here. Or maybe we can just keep it simple. Let's save this. probably can make it a little more orange. So base color does make a difference, apparently. All right, well, let's go with that for now. And apply it. Turn it back on. Let's see what we got. I'd say that's good enough. So now I'm going to take those two meshes and merge them. And we'll use the first input object and rename it. So SM call this one bulb. And I keep them separate in the event that I want to turn one of these meshes into a nanite mesh. And now it's only two meshes. Not sure what's up with this bulb glass. So bulb LED plate. I don't know what none of that is. We don't need any of these materials anymore. So I can delete them, because we created all of our own materials. We don't need these bulb materials either. All right, so we optimized this mesh. So what I can do now is create a light. I'm gonna do a point light. Control X to delete it. And let's go back inside. Right click. Edit, paste here. I didn't even really need to delete it, but let's figure out the location of this light and set that to the location of the point light and then move it into place. And we want to set the bulb on a different channel, I think. So let's set the bulb to be I guess that doesn't matter. Unless our light is also on 1 and 2. Richard, I appreciate you sending me that info. I'll get back to you ASAP. Don't know if you're watching, but if you are, thank you. All right, so let's set this light scale. First of all, we're going to set it to lumens. I'm going to set the lumens to 1. I'm going to use temperature instead of color. Well, I guess color is kind of necessary, but we're looking for a orangish, like a deep orange color. And I didn't realize that I also probably need to I don't know how to handle that. Because what we want is for the light to come from inside. Well, what if we change the channel of this object also? What happens then? Yeah, I don't really know how that works when dealing with an emissive asset. Oh well, we'll figure it out in a minute. All right, let's step back and let's have a look at what this looks like at night. If I turn my lights off, this bulb itself probably needs to have some sort of emissive as well. So if I take this clear glass, let's search for it. Let's duplicate it and call it M clear, glass clear, emissive. And we're going to apply that to this mesh. Let's see. I'm gonna take. This one actually does not have any emissive value. Okay, easy fix. Let's go to M-Glass Master. Or I thought it would be an easy fix. I'm not seeing emissive anywhere on the master material though. Oh, there it is, emissive color. Okay. We're going to have to set this to a emissive adjust. We don't need that to be lerped. So let's do a scalar. So 1 and click. Put this on emissive color. Oh, okay. I need a multiply. So I think I could have just put M. Throw that on emissive color. We need a scalar on B, and I need a, what is this called? Let's just search color. Parameter. Vector parameter. Right click, or let's rename it emissive color. Emissive, we can say adjust, convert to parameter, emissive intensity. By default 0, by default the color will be black. So default value black, okay. And save. First I need to go and put this inside of a group. So emissive, as well as this. And we'll call this one 33 and this one 34. Save. So when I go back to the material instance, I should now have the option to add an emissive color and intensity to this glass. And we'll see if that even works, because it might not work. There's probably some other things I need to do, but let's see what we can do here. And it's not even showing up here because I need to reset it. Ah, there we go. There we go. Nice. I'm getting a lot of recommendations on credit repair because I posted a Facebook status. Thank you, Ryan and Erica. I appreciate you both. Now I'm gonna have to go and take a look at like a real light bulb to see the validity of these settings. I do need to add a let's think, what do I need to add here? You know what? I probably didn't have to add another glass. Oh, okay. It's just an instant. It's not a master material. Okay, so this is solid. Okay, so now I need to figure out like my specular. It's either going to be specular or roughness needs to be exposed. So let's glass roughness. Where's that at? Here it is. Opacity. IOR doesn't appear to have much of an effect. Refraction. Oh, I like that I can adjust this. Oh, that's beautiful. Roughness. So I'm most definitely gonna have to transmission color. What does this do? I don't think that makes a difference right now. Fresnel power. A lot of cool stuff I can do here, and I love it. Specular adjust, probably not gonna have any effect. Fresnel angle. And then let me go back to emissive and see. So yeah, I'm gonna have to just grab a light bulb and stare at it. And stare at it. Because in reality, this is what you would expect from a light bulb, is the motherfucker to be shining in your face. And then I have to go back to my point light. Attenuation radius. If we turn off the bedroom one. Bedroom. Oh, that's bathroom. I can get a more realistic idea for what this is going to look like. And I think this is one of the most important parts of like game design or visual architectural visualization. All right, source radius. It's going to be super tiny. And specular is going to be, scale is going to be 0, because you can see that reflection in the window, and that's what you don't want. You only want the reflection of the light bulb, which, let me turn that back on at least. Let's go to my scalability. Set the reflections to epic so that we can see that glass. This light is looking a little on the green side. I'm not sure which one that is, so this little thing I think is fine. Let me make sure though. Yeah, this was probably the more time-consuming part of this whole thing. It's almost a brown. My glass is looking so strange. Glass color can probably be off. There's transmission. There we go. That kind of matches a little better. And attenuation radius. $300. Cool. I mean, this looks weird in the preview, but once you get over to Ryan and Erica, y'all are the bum. As well as everybody else on Facebook who is sending out information. I appreciate everybody. Y'all are legitness, as the skate kid would say. I like this. This looks nice. Kind of adds a little bit to the mood. And we're going to convert this to a blueprint. So if I turn off game view, I like how that looks. I think that's fantastic. Do I want to be able to cut this on and off, though, is the real question. And that is quite a lot to consider if we're talking about blueprinting this joint. Let me save everything. So what that means is go out of game view. Let's grab the light bulb. Let's rename it real quick. So this is SN. This is just vintage Edison lamp bulb. This one is vintage Edison lamp. Let's grab the light, point light. Just save it as a point light. Select all three of these assets. We'll grab the lamp first and then the other assets, or maybe the lamp last. I don't know. Let's go ahead and convert this to a blueprint. We're going to choose harvest components. We're going to call this vintage BP vintage Edison lamp. And we're going to save it inside the vintage Edison lamp folder. So imported assets, electronics appliance, vintage Edison lamp. Okay. Select. Now I have a blueprint. And what I have to do is move this whole thing, move everything back up like this. Let's turn this bedroom back on. Oh, maybe not. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine. And then I can grab this and press end, and it'll put it back where I need it. Let's see. Let's go to unlit. Actually, I can go into it like this. If I press end, it should be where it's supposed to be. All right, now I have a blueprint. And the point of the blueprint is to simplify this. So point light, bulb, lamp. We don't want any physics enabled, although that would be kind of cool if I could knock this thing over. But what I do want to do is click on it. So let's go to class settings. We're going to use our interface we created called interactive, or BPI interaction. That way you can click this. And when you click it, you've got to be able to turn it on and off. So let's right click and search interact. And on interact, we want to flip-flop. By default, the light is on. So on A, we want to turn the light off. Set visibility of point light. New visibility would mean that it's on, so we want to turn it off. We can duplicate this and set new visibility so that we can turn it back on. We also want to change the material. So set material bulb. I'm going to browse for the bulb material right now. And then element 0, we're going to need a duplicate of both of these. And then element 1. So let's grab bulb, element 0, let's search for this and paste it here. Then, or wait. So to turn it off and to turn it on. So let's paste this one here and then this one here. So am I glass clear emissive? Am I glass clear emissive? Am I Edison lamp emissive? I'm going to search for these. We're going to search for the glass clear and we're going to put that on the top. So two things we're going to do. We'll flip-flop when we click on the asset. It's going to set the visibility of the point light to off and set the bulb to have a non-emissive material. And then when we click it again, it should turn it back on and set the bulb to have an emissive material. And I don't think there's anything else we really have to do to it, except maybe add a sound. So let's test this. If I go and hit play and change the time of day. Turn out the lights. I should be able to click this to turn it on and off, but it's not working. So what's different? Let's go here, Control E. Let's see how my TV's set up. Event graph. This one is on event interact. Okay, and that's the difference. I didn't do the interact event. On event interact. Which I can probably just copy, but let's go and take a look here. Interfaces, double click interact. Let's break this link. I don't think we need that. I'll save. Oh, what's missing? Can I delete this? Blueprint is target must have a connection. Where is this at? Oh, whoops. Light bulb. Target. Save. Let's try it again. As a matter of fact, let's see if we can turn all the lights off. Click this. Your boy is a goddamn genius. This is what 30 days on YouTube University gets you. I didn't have to look any of this up to figure out how to do that just now. Yeah, oh, that's where it was. I was on Threads, and there's a post titled, "In 1932, white people constructed the tallest building in the world in just 410 days, a feat that remained unmatched until the advent of computers and advanced technology decades later." It's like, you didn't really have to throw that in there, but the fact that he did tells us how lost still people are. There's no such thing as a white or black person. Let's, and it's hard to have that conversation. It's really hard to have that conversation because our entire construct of society is built around the idea that black and white people exist.
My boyfriend is driving 3 hours to come.
Okay. So cool. We just created something interactive. I can tweak it at some point and get something that's a little more polished. But I have to say, like, I like the result. Although the reflection for the glass is not that great, but the glass itself looks kind of good. Okay, I can see the glass in the window. That's nice. That's really what we were going for right there. I want to see the glass in the window. And I can polish this a little bit later, but quick setup to give us a dynamic real-time lumen light to kind of add to the aesthetic of the scene. And I think the sky not being totally black and the computer being on throws a little bit of light this way. We can modify, though, our lamp and give that a bigger attenuation, I think, to help that spread out just a little further. So something like Let's do for now 1500. And I think that's a little more realistic. So simple, I mean it's a lot of work sometimes to do this type of stuff, but once you really understand the workflow, it's not out of the ordinary. It's not something that's like out of reach. And it used to be for me because I didn't know how to do this type of stuff before. All right, let's see. Anything else we want to tackle during this stream? There is something I want to tackle. I've got to get a sconce created for the outside. And I really need to finish the sconce that is already inside of in the stairway. How is this? PPR click Microsoft asset, pixel wall, Pixar, office chairs, leather. I do want to do a new office chair, hanging chair. Bean bag chair, velvet bean bag, rocking on chair, messy bed, dartboard, messy tackboard. Oh, okay, nice. Wheat paste poster, black satin poster. I'm gonna restart this music. I don't even know what's playing right now, but I'm sure it's getting to the point that it's some weird stuff. Okay, something else I've needed to grab is a simple guitar stand. We're gonna do the one that has 3. Just, you know, in case I want to. I mean, I could do all 3 to be honest. All right, negative Y forward Z up. So export FBX. We're gonna go down negative Y forward Z up. Geometry face, and we're gonna put this inside of Sketchfab 2. Call it guitar stands and export and close. Now, imported assets. Instruments. Guitar stands. Drop her in there. Honestly, we probably don't need materials. So I'm gonna get rid of the materials and the textures for this one. And import it. I have 2 materials that I have in mind that I want to use. And these are complete meshes, so let's rename them. Guitar stand 1. Guitar stand 2 and guitar stand On AC is supposed to be SM underscore. Copy. Let's get our naming convention right. I can drag all three in here. Let's turn our lights back on real quick though. Sizing looks appropriate. Let's grab one at a time. Let's rename SM Guitar Stand 1, 2, and 3. Control, let's grab all three. Control E, yes. And collision, let's add a sphere just to see what the collision looks like. And the collision is absolute garbage. So let's remove collision. And let's increase the hole count and precision all the way to max and just hit apply. Remove collision, and we'll do a convex decomposition on all three meshes, and this will help us just generate a simplified collision. That way we can also enable physics if we wanted to, which I'm not going to do. The alternative to this would be to do a complex collision as simple, which is a little more expensive, but we're going to try to keep it simplified and see what results we get. And I think we'll get something that's good enough that'll allow us to position the guitar on top of the stand while also holding the guitar inside of the neck and simulating the physics that come with the geometry. So basically I'll duplicate this, but we're going to reset the rotation. And let's turn it around 45 degrees. Or using 45 as the lock. And then manually position this in place. And then what I can do, I could probably try to simulate physics, but it might be easier to just first play. I mean, physics is already simulated, technically. All right, so what I can do here is just click on simulate physics. It's going to sit it in place. I can right click and keep simulation changes and stop the simulation. And what? Oh, looks like it moved itself. Why it moved itself here, I don't know. Probably because it's a blueprint. So what I needed to do instead is grab the mesh, drag it into the scene, copy the position of this, copy the rotation, simulate physics. Keep simulation changes and stop. What? Okay. Copy the rotation. Copy the location. All right, and I think that kind of fixes the problem. So now let's say take this and go modeling mode, edit pivot. Let's do front and back first. Let's figure out what the front and back of this is. I think we need to disable the ray tracing on our post-process volume. So front, back. Okay, so let's put it on the bottom and rotate this 45 or yeah. 90 degrees. That's not right though. Edit pivot, front, back. Ah, okay. Now I can delete these two. I can, I really want to, let's go modeling, edit materials, all in group. And let's see if we can individually select all the pieces that we want to be rubber. Atom array element, select number 1, assign. All right, so this is going to be like a fabric material. I think I might have messed up. 1. Let's reselect all of those. this one's going to be the rubber material. So there's going to be a rubber, a metal, and like a fabric. Looks like it's using nanite. I'm okay with that for now. I just want to grab this metal bump first. It's Control E. Selection. Metal bump is going to be material 1. Let's see. Let's grab that desk again and grab anodized metal. Let's set that as number 3. And then we need some fabric material as number 2. So we'll set black fabric to number 2. See what that looks like. Not feeling it at all. But it's possible. Let me think of something different. What about this? Is this a nanite issue? Not really. Okay, just something at least for the time being is better than nothing. I can come back later, find a different material for this, create a material, I don't know. Let's see. I'm gonna keep that guitar there because I might bring in another guitar to replace one of these two. But now I can at least grab this and maybe bring it into this room. And we'll go preview. Amazing. Well, how I create my own room inside of Unreal Engine. Yes, I'm sorry I wasn't paying attention to the chat. But yes, this is the room that I'm in right now. Well, not this room that you see in the screen, but the room I'm in right now is this room. As you can see, my screen's right here, and I don't know if you can see the TV right there, but I measured everything and I designed it all in SketchUp after taking measurements of the entire basement and brought the whole thing inside of Unreal Engine. And the goal was to just create an interactive version of the whole basement. I want to do the whole house, but that's probably not going to happen before I move. So music, I turn the TV off. Let's unmute it so you can preview it.
You didn't see any of that? No. For that? Yeah, I can show you. But that's not how it works.
Okay, didn't really happen. Oh, I know what you want. I've got one of these for the cutest little guy I ever saw. Yummy, 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 yummy.
How dare you? Give me that. Oh, I'm gonna eat this, but I am highly
Created everything from scratch. This is actually, these are posters that are in my
Whoa, hey,
house right now. These are real posters. Pictures of me, my son, my daughter, my mom.
Time for you to go, beanpole.
Working AC. I gotta really fix this a little bit so that when I turn it on and off, it doesn't just abruptly cut off. But spatial audio. Light switches work. Real world clock. Can pretty much interact with everything.
You don't even know what's there.
I do. It's been a few years. Been there.
It's actually 2:18 right now.
The last city. That's when we was the whole basic. That city is still standing.
And November 21st.
That's the last place.
So real date and time on the Alexa.
That's the lion's den.
Physics on it. Pretty much everything that I can put physics on, except for the cabinets. Let's see what else. a whole bunch of random stuff, to be honest. But I really wanted to be able to take this entire scene and be able to mess with everything in the scene. So it's kind of the goal. Not gonna get this the first time, but here goes nothing. Way too far. And dynamic time of day. So I can press this. The house isn't done yet, obviously. I just got the basement and like a little bit of an exterior so that it doesn't look weird. But there's this, this is the basement because the front of the house is, the front side of this house is pretty much underground. And if you walk around the house, you'll walk up to the driveway, which is on the main level. And then there's a third level. And I don't think I'll have time to like really figure out all the measurements of the entire house. But I can control all the lights at once, except for that light that's in the bedroom right there. Then I can individually turn these lights on, as you can see, so that I can preview what it all looks like from outside. Yep. Thank you. Can I do a tour in play mode? Yeah, so if you go to my YouTube, you can download this if your computer can handle it, because it's not scaled yet for different devices. I just have it set to like max settings, and I just exported a executable project for Windows. But if you search the basement in one word and Memphis, I'm putting this in the chat. If you search that on YouTube, or just go to my YouTube if you're watching from Twitch, you can download the exe and walk through the whole project yourself. I just don't know how this performs on most computers, and I haven't even started optimizing this for low-end machines yet. But feel free to try it. It's it's like 6 gigs right now, because I think everything that I have in the project gets packaged with it. And that's another thing about packaging with Unreal Engine, is that if I have a million meshes that are not being used in the scene, they will be packaged in the project unless I change a lot of settings, which I haven't taken the time to do yet. And I'm surprised this looks as good as it does, with everything kind of switched between like medium and
With all the lightning and thunder and stuff.
high scalability.
No, but that sounds amazing. Need some
One
of
thing
that?
I really like is that you can hear the vents if you walk underneath them. All the doors are physics based, so you can either push them with your body or grab them. I'm trying to think of what else if I missed anything.
Avoid contact. I'm not gonna put myself in danger. I can't do this one in my sleep.
Let's go back to
Ball
nighttime.
to the floor. Jaron picks it up. Jaron, Morant spins and hits again.
Not a
Holy cow! Have you ever in your life seen anything like that?
And then John Morant.
And it's all using dynamic lighting as well. I didn't bake any materials or lights. Everything is dynamic. And many of the materials you'll see in the scene are shared across
Morant, 5 to shoot.
some pieces of geometry.
Now spins back. Ja,
One of the weird things I haven't figured out yet is when in the packaged version of the project, my windows don't stay up. It's like they have a different mass, gravity. So I'm trying to use this project to like present this to furniture companies and real estate agents. Say, yo, let's take some of y'all's stuff and make it and put it in 3D. See if I can put this right. Uh-oh. Okay. Failed. Also need to make this interactable. So let's is this a blueprint? It is not a blueprint. It's a static mesh. So let's convert it to a static mesh, to a blueprint. I mean, convert to blueprint, harvest components, rename BP underscore trampoline. And let's find our trampoline folder. So imported assets. It's probably under toys. Trampoline. Okay. Select. This blueprint needs to have let's rename the static mesh to trampoline. Why this is nested in here, I don't know. But okay. Let's enable physics. We already got the collision body set up, class settings, and let's choose grab. BPI grab. Compile, save, and let's see if that works. That mute button is perfect. Hey, there we go. Alright, little random shit like that. I did want to do the same thing to this pile of cards, because I was going to use this for my son. I just don't like the naming structure of these, which we can deal with that another time, but let's go ahead and convert this to a blueprint. Harvest components. BP underscore letter sounds. I wanted my son to grab the controller and play with this and pick stuff up and click things and be able to hear letter sounds. So let's do toys, alphabet banner. Is it going to be in that folder? I don't know, but we're going to put it in there anyways. See, toys. Let's put it in toys. And then what I can do with this, and this might like throw a bunch of crazy errors. We will see though. We're gonna set all of these to mass. Simulate physics. Mass is gonna be 1. Damping, don't care too much about damping. Just for shits, I'm gonna disable gravity for all of these so they can just float in the air. And then we'll go class settings, BPI grab. And I think we're using simple physics on all of these. So let's just double check. What is my collision? Box collision, search complexity, and it's project default. So what I'm going to do at some point is when you click and pick these up, you'll be able to, you'll hear the player say the letter sound for the item you pick up. And then I want to be able to stick them on a board on the wall. That's why I did the magnet letters on the refrigerator. And that was a pain in the ass to figure out. Oh, they're all floating already. Okay, let's grab one. Mango. I definitely need to sort out. Oh, they're going all over the place. This is hilarious. If I run into them, it's gonna just... This is some scary movie type stuff. Like, imagine all the lights go out and then you just see all... Okay, that's funny. That's actually very funny. It's like, yo, why is all your shit floating around the playroom? That's hilarious. All right, let me modify that. Okay, let me see if I'm gonna bring my pawn in the room. See, that's what I knew was going to happen, because they're all just trying not to intersect with each other. And then they're so small that they will clip through the floor and like disappear. But that's partly due to the fact that this is its own static mesh. It's very tiny. Control E, let's see what the complexity is. Use simple collision as complex. We could probably get away with doing a box collision here too. So let's try it. We will delete it if it causes crazy issues. That helped a little bit. Complex collision, not super helpful. And we need to increase the linear damping so this doesn't just slide all over the place. And can the player step on it? It's gonna get us stuck if we try to step on it. So what we have to do then is select all of these and go to the collision for the pawn and modify that collision. So where's that at? Where'd that be at? Collision preferences, collision presets, physics actor. Let's set it to custom. We don't want this to interact with the pawn, so we're going to ignore pawn. And maybe that'll fix it. So let's compile, save, and play. Which means stepping on it won't make a difference. Because any little physics body that the pawn steps on is going to cause all kinds of trouble. So ignore pawn is perfect. Oh, one thing at a time. How much time to do all this? This took me, honestly, if I compile all the time, about a month and a half, maybe 2 months tops. It took me a month to measure the entire place, design it in SketchUp, bring it into Unreal Engine, texture it, light it. Another month just sourcing some assets and learning how to create blueprints for interactions and physics and opening, closing doors. All of this is custom, except for like the golf cart and random shit like that I downloaded from like Sketchfab. But I'm from Italy. I create something like a brand. I like to do events, DJ sets, exposition art, and started to touch designer. I want to get into that for a interactive project for social. I like to start a 3D series about a virtual club, virtual art museum, and start creating 3D from Blender. Definitely get into Blender for real. And you know, Blender and Unreal, they're respectively two different types of programs. But if you decide you want to go with something that's a lot easier on your system in terms of like performance and optimization, I would recommend learning Blender, because there is a specific workflow with when it comes to doing animations with your 3D models. You have to be really good at what is it called? Understanding like topology, right? Unreal Engine, you don't really need to know any of that stuff, because I'm not working with bones and like different joints for animations. So I don't have to have my model topology doesn't need to be optimized so that things animate appropriately, because this is all just simple geometry, simple shapes, and no blending between, like, you know, your arms have to bend a certain way, therefore the topology of the character model around the elbows has to be a certain way if you want animations to look right and perform well. But I also have a very expensive system, so if I was trying to do that type of stuff, I could cut corners and work with like Nanite in Unreal Engine just to render a ridiculous amount of geometry instead of trying to be system conscious, because most large scenes for VDJing with animations, if you want them to run really well and be optimized for applying textures and stuff to those animations and characters, you've got to be like system conscious, knowing that every triangle on your model is going to have some sort of impact on those large scenes playing in real time. So I definitely would recommend Blender over Unreal Engine, and you know, for your learning curve, and then transitioning into Unreal Engine once you've nailed down like your workflow with Blender assets. Because I say Unreal Engine is more for It's definitely for real time. Anything real time related, whether it's like video game architecture, what do you call it? Like 3D design, like similar to VDJ stuff where you're doing motion design, motion graphics for like commercials and product advertisements, or audio visuals where it's audio reactive. Unreal Engine is perfect for anything real time, but you really will benefit if you have a lot of Blender knowledge and experience. I take most of my structural models and I do them in SketchUp, but the cool thing about Unreal is there's modeling tools kind of built right into it, so you can bypass all of that. But you're talking about more unnatural shapes, abstract, you know, architecture is, there's nothing natural about architecture. And inside of Unreal, you can easily go in here, bring boxes into the scene, do polygroup edits on those boxes, and adjust, you know, create your own shapes, bevel your edges, like create rounded edges, and, you know, come up with whatever you can think of, wherever your imagination can take you. It's a lot of really cool built-in features in Unreal. You would think like, oh, I need to take this out to another program like Blender and round my edges. And if you're doing basic shapes, possibilities are absolutely endless. And you can build these whole entire scenes directly inside the engine. So this type of stuff is like unheard of. It's like, what the hell even is this? It looks like a real thing. It looks like a dumpster. Let me just make random shit real quick. I have no idea what this is supposed to be, but I'm just using this as an example. Polygroup edit again. I can do edge loop selections. And I don't know if that'll work with this. Let's not do that. And this is where a lot of people doing architectural visualization kind of like miss the boat. There's no such thing as a sharp corner in real life. So when you want things to look as good as possible, you got to think about how to make those edges beveled. Even if it's just a little bit, like the rounding of this just a little bit to change how the light hits those edges really makes this look like it's a real thing. Let's accept that, and then let's go down and do the same thing here. So let's grab only edges. And let's do a little tiny bevel there, accept, and let's do projected UVs. We're gonna do a box projection, auto line fit, and let's do 100 by 100 by 100. Maybe we'll even rotate it a little bit and see what happens. Or we can try a sphere. Is there a spherical? No, let's just stick with this. And then I can go and grab a material and apply it. Let's look for automotive material instance. See what we got here. Anything interesting? Definitely not that caliber color. Here we go. Just look at that. What is this? Carbon. I just play with this stuff and have fun. Let's do polygroup edit, select all, and recalculate normals and see if that fixes anything. It's kind of weird. And it's probably my scalability. It's probably one of these effects. I don't know. Oh, wait, there's a good one. Oh, I know what it is. Let's go back to here. Control E. So basically all I'm saying is like anything is possible. You can make whatever you want and get away with doing some pretty cool stuff. Look at that. How cool. Reminds me of like an Apple computer. And just look at the shading. Just immediate. Anyway. Getting carried away. Because I love how fun this is. I want to use Blender for only 3D building and use UE5 for animation like camera. Try to send data from Touch Designer to Unreal. Crazy. I like the size of the sun. Link the size of sun to volume audio. Yeah, and that's what's next for me is I have an entire scene that's the city of Memphis. And we have a bridge here called the Hernando de Soto that has lights on, like LED light strips on the side of it. And I'm going to link those light strips to a audio reactor and create basically a, you know, from the bass all the way to the higher frequencies and lay that across all the LED strips on the scene and connect it to a DMX controller to be able to have somebody running lights inside of my scene in real time. Because I have a history of like DJing too. But I want it to also exist in my game, kind of like Fortnite does these live virtual performances. I want that in my game in a way that we can do live DJ performances while people are playing the game and have the lights in the game react to not only the audio, but the the performance of the light guy. We go to collision. Let's do we could do a convex collision, which would be simple, but we'll just do complexity and set this to complex as simple. Save. And just for shits and giggles. Text is here because there's a box right here that I have to walk through to make the text go away. Since my character starts outside. But this little weird thing just, you know, you can do a little hard surface model, almost hard surface. I'm not gonna go that far and say it's hard surface modeling, but the modeling tools are not that bad. I don't know what the hell that's gonna be. Long story short, there's a lot of stuff built inside of Unreal Engine that eliminates the need for you to leave Unreal. And that's really what they're going for right now. I'm gonna put this box outside. Might use it at some point to like preview materials. So the other thing that I typically do as well, since you're talking about designing in Blender, and you know what I realized? I use SketchUp, and I design a lot of my stuff in SketchUp. Then I bring it into the scene, and that makes it so much easier for me to be considerate of my measuring units. Since this all has a rounded edge, I can probably select it all and merge it, and then reproject UV. Hold on, fit. Let's go 250. And what these artifacts are, I don't know, but I need to turn the post-process volume to raster. And let's see what happens when I rotate this. Something about the material that I'm using. But that looks, since I merged it, it all looks just slightly a little bit more smooth. So people don't know the power of this, and it's crazy. Okay. Now let's go search for that box and actually decide not to ever use it. Camera and record video clip inside UE. Some trick for camera and record a video clip inside UE. Yeah. Here you go. Here's what I'll do. I will go to, let's create virtual camera. So virtual production, VCam actor. And let's see if I have an iPad that's charged up. Turn on the iPad. I'm going to go to settings, Wi-Fi, information, and I'm going to take note of my IP address. Let's go to project settings, all the way down to UDP messaging. Advanced static endpoints. We're going to add 2. I'll take the static IP address of my iPad, so 192.168.1, and then Windows IP config, so this one's 28. Okay, 92. 168, 128. With VCam actor selected, I'm going to lock that in viewport 1. Just set it to enabled. Set it as VCam actor here. Output provider should be pixel streaming. Don't really think there's anything else going on there. Back here, I'm going to set pixel streaming to start, and it's already started. Signaling servers are both started. Let's stop it real quick and see what it's set to. 8888 and view report 80. I think stream report needs to be something different. Let's see if I can remember this. This is really tough, but let's find Unreal VCam actor. Unreal VCam. And we need to set up a new Unreal Engine connection. We'll set it to 168 1 and whatever my computer is, which is 28. This is probably not going to work the first time, but let's launch my signaling servers and hit OK. Usually your firewall needs to be disabled to do this. I think I need to change that 8888 to 111111 or something. Let's try again. So this is there's a lot of trial and error that goes into this. Let's stop it real quick. Set it back to 8888 and change this one. You're gonna like this if I can figure it out. Okay, of course that's not it. So pixel streaming server 192.168.111. Let's see what we might be missing. So we got static endpoints. 168.160. So really what I'm trying to do here is connect my tablet, which you can do this with the phone too, to the computer. And 28. If I can figure out what the correct settings are. Looks like it just popped up. Like it just wanted to connect. To 168.128. Control virtual camera. Yes. Yes, precisely. So let's disable. Oh, wait. That's probably another thing too. So viewport locker. I'm going to lock this to only viewport 1. This needs to be set to active. Device. Output providers. Advanced. What are we looking for here? It's something with my signaling server. I know that for a fact. I just don't remember. 1111. Let's try another 1. And then when in doubt, Google. Let's see here. Let's control F. 11111. All right, so let's read this together. So default port of 11111. Okay. I'm gonna go real quick to live link, and it looks like VCam Actor is in there. It's like it's picking up something, but it's not connected to anything. So let's double check my IP. And when I do this, you'll see why I like the trouble, why it makes sense to figure this out. 192.168, 192.168, 128. Okay, so endpoints. Let's search. 60. All right, yeah, I think that's accurate. And it could be that I need to do this on a different device. Sometimes that's an issue too. But this is how I created a virtual walkthrough with a realistic camera. And the hard part about this is getting it to sync to my physical space. Let's try something else. I'm going to set this from 1 or from 80. Can we change the port? I don't think so. Maybe. Not now. How's that work? 681, 64, cancel. Oh, let's add another endpoint. This one needs to have a different static IP. Like something's showing up. And I think that's what it is. It's the signaling server needs to have a different. Let's see. Let's try this. We're gonna get this while we're live. We're gonna make it happen. All right, back to the lab. Do some research. What's the example? Let's see. Unicast endpoint. Can I do that? The chat is kind of hidden for me right now, by the way, so forgive me if I'm not responding. I can't see. Static endpoint. Let's see, checks up all port numbers. So set the unicast endpoint. Okay, that might be an issue. I need to 168, 160, 0. 28. Specific port, use a port number, so port of 11111. Trying some different things here. 11111 multicast endpoint. 92 168 1. That's weird. Static endpoints should match the IP of each live link device and should include, so of course that's what the static endpoints are, 22.168.160, 28.103, and should include a the N UDP port 66666. So that's actually port 80. And there's nothing that we should have to change up here. So let's just set this back all to default. And instead of doing 888, we'll do 6. So this is a typical process for me. I got paid a lot of money by an architecture firm to create a project and do architectural visualization. And I spent about a day trying to figure out how to get this to work. It wasn't long ago that I was able to set this up, but I think an easy thing to do, let's launch and retry, would be to actually just go to a new project and then change the settings there. So let's go file, new recent project. We'll go, let's think. I'll do DD3 menu. This will speed this whole process up a bit. Let's open up settings, Wi-Fi, info, and configure IP. I haven't opened this project up in a minute. My son is tearing his pants apart at school. This is a Destruction Derby 3 remake, a work in progress. The cool thing you can do with virtual production in Unreal, especially for VDJ, is you can create camera sequences and those sequences can be I guess modular would be a great word for it. Real-time camera sequences. My son is going to be home in a few minutes, so I'm going to mute the microphone and when he gets here. It's Friday, so he's going to be excited to play the computer, I think. Destruction Derby Reloaded. Let's go Red Pike Arena. And I'm going to take note of just how everything is set up so that I can go back to the other project and use this. So what's it going to be? It's got to be pixel streaming server and the endpoint support 80. All right, let's go down to UDP messaging and see where it's set up as 00000 and 230 666. That can't be right though. You know what I think it is? I think it might have been something actually very simple. So instead of, I just loaded all of this into memory, which is fine. But since the other project is already ready, it's another personal project. I forgot that when I packaged this, I forgot to save those IPs. I disabled some plugins. So let's go back here, UDP messaging, add those static endpoints. Should have 3 of them because we got 2 iPads, 1 computer. Okay. And I'm probably gonna have to restart the project in a minute. 192.168, 128. What is this one? 103. Plugins, so that way you guys can at least kind of see what I'm doing here. And we need to enable virtual take recorder. Well, it's already enabled. Virtual camera 230.01.666 virtual camera. Okay, well, that's pretty much set to default. So one thing that could be done is if I grab the VCam, so let's go back to basement level. Because once I finish adding all the assets that I want to the scene, this is going to be one of the first things I'm going to do is create a new virtual walkthrough. So VCam actor, let's lock that into place. It's enabled. I'm going to deactivate it, reactivate it. We'll set is active, viewport locker 1. Output provider, this can help. So I can set this to none, then set it back to pixel streaming. Input device settings. Let's see, input profile, VCam defaults, viewport locker, viewport actor. Something looks like it's missing. So let's extend this and go to output provider. Index is active. Viewport 1 VCam HUD. And both of them show up. Both of them show up. Like without me having to type anything. And I think it's gotta be just be a firewall thing at this point. Let's see what's enabled. Well, who knows? Yeah, this was a simple fix before, but I don't know what changed. Allow cinematic control. Cinematic viewport. I don't think that really matters. Camera movement. Pilot. Let's stop piloting real quick. VCam actor. So really what you're supposed to be able to do is pick up your camera. And I think I can do this without seeing the screen and lock this in as a like virtual camera without having a video on my tablet. So let's turn that off and back on. Let's see. Pixel streaming ports active. I'm going to delete it. Delete both of them. Add source. Oh, connection settings. 111. Remote session local host. And so if I go back here, I can do camera transform. And I can change this from VCam actor to camera transform. So this is probably the best way that I can do this for now. And at least you'll see my camera like I'm holding a tablet. And if I move around the scene, I can, like I can't see what's happening. And that's the unfortunate part. Is like if I take this back from live link subject camera transform to VCam, it'll stop. But then if I open the VCam actor, it won't let me connect to it. 192.168.128.80. It's got to be something with the VCam settings. So at least we know that this works. Basically, we have a virtual camera that we can use to film anything. So let's hit, let's change this from VCam actor then to just camera transform. And in the screen, I can go in here and pause this, and I can move my camera around wherever I need it to go, and then unpause it, and then I can hit the record button. And let's turn off game mode or turn on game mode. So I need to click in here and click G. Or game view. And let's just hit like, okay, I can't really do that here. Can't get rid of this screen. Let's skip. There we go. And let's just hit the record button. And what this is going to do is going to pull up take recorder, which I'll probably just need to close it before it'll work. It'll count down 3, 2, 1. Or it should. Okay, VCam actor. All right, now we're recording. So if I get up and I walk around, let me change my movement speed. So it's going to be this one, I think. All axes movement speed. Let's set it to 3. And it's recording right now. to adjust my focus. So let's say camera focus, universal zoom. Focus should be, are we tracking or do not override? That's better. Let's go back to movement. Set this to 1. And then I can adjust the camera. ISO, all this other stuff. Set my lens. So let's do something like that. And this will be a little more realistic. Got a low power notification on the tablet, so really good. Okay, and then I hit the record button again. And I'm about to mute my mic because my son is about to walk in, but hey, how's it going? Thank you for joining again. It's been a minute since I've seen you. Also, it's been a minute since I've streamed, but I'm going to mute the mic and then I'll play this back so you can see what I mean, how dynamic it is. Here he comes. I'm going to let y'all hear him. Oh, really? Is that what you got?
Yeah, white.
What up, bud? Miss Sanchando said she's you have to have no holes in your pants.
I know. That kind of scared me.
It did?
No.
All right, I'll do it in a minute. This is gonna mess my camera up if I do it again, because the camera's on the bed. All right, everybody's looking at you now, though. All right, so look, I just made a video. I'm gonna see if I can find the take that I made. So, take recorder, 2025 11. Let's look for 2025. I think it was 2025 21. Is this it? Scene 109. The date is off. Oh no, that's right. Okay, 2025 11 21. So if I click this, I can probably bring it into my shot. Let's double click it. Oh, they're gonna mess my pen up.
Candy.
You want a candy?
Yeah.
All right, we'll talk about that in just a moment. I can arm this scene into my viewport. And on the microphone. Okay. You said you want a candy, but you don't care that I'm telling you that I'm recording something?
But I said okay?
Yeah, but you're still acting crazy. All right, let me hit play. And as I do this, I can turn things on and off in the scene, such as this text. Let's see if we can find it. Where's the text at? Can you start hide text? I can hide stuff, turn stuff off. Where's the front room? I can turn all the assets in there off. While this take is recording, I can simulate. And the take is going to keep going. I can turn off the VCam. Oh, and it's, oh, there it is. There it is. Look at it. It's on the tablet. So everything that we see in the scene, I can now see on the tablet. What was the difference here? Let me stop this. Like, why did this not do this before? I didn't know that this actually showed video. It took 30 minutes for that to pop up, and that's never popped up before. So, since it's on here, camera transform, let's see, input profile. There's got to be some way that I can change the display. I guess that doesn't really matter a whole lot. But there we go. Now I can adjust. So let's set this back to active then, since this is showing up. You had a good day, bud? A really good day.
Can I bring my candy now?
Bring your what?
Bring your candy?
In a minute. Sound good? In a minute? Alright, let's close this. Oh, I didn't mean to take a photo, but I did. And this is the first time in this app that I've been able to actually see my camera. Now let's see why though I can't move it. Let's set it to active. And I think it's a camera situation here. Is active. Enabled. Tell me something about school.
We didn't play outside, but we played in the hallway.
Is it because it was raining?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's change what camera we have active then. Alright, got a little bit of an issue here. This is something to figure out. So this is trial and error. The whole thing is trial and error. You excited about candy? Is that why? Why you got that right there? Yeah. All right, let's see here. Constrain aspect ratio. I wonder what that does. Nothing. Use palm control rotation. Lock to HMD. First person FOV. First person scale. That's really what I wanted it to be. But we'll try those features in a minute. I'll let you have some in a moment, okay? You want to turn your computer on?
Can I put it on my desk though?
Yeah.
Okay. So I can pick which one I want?
Yeah. Not yet though. Okay? I'll tell you when. I think it's because I'm simulating. That's why this thing is acting weird. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. Let's grab VCam actor again. So I'm learning new stuff as I go here. Do we throw stuff? Okay, that's not gonna get us candy though either. You know that? Yeah, we don't throw stuff in here, right? Okay.
Just putting it up there. Oh, I wasn't thinking I could make it, but I made it.
But you made it. All right, I have no idea what I changed. But let's figure out all of that while we're here. Because we made a little progress. I think I learned a couple of new things today that I didn't know before. And I think my tablet is like dying. It's probably part of the problem. Part of the problem. So let's close this program. Let's go back to unremote. (192, 168).
What will happen?
Okay, close. Yeah, close it. Just close that window. It should be on the top right. Let me see. Let me help you out, buddy.
Can I pick my candy?
Not yet. I'll tell you when. Pick a game. All right, let's see. We need to update app. I think there needs to be an update to this or something. No. All right, connecting a new one. Set it to camera transform. I'm gonna close all this take recorder stuff. Live link.
What game is this?
No idea, buddy. You playing Roblox? Okay.
Why does this keep happening to me?
And usually the quickest way to fix this problem is to actually just delete the VCam actor. So we're going to do that since we did get it working.
What do I do?
I don't know, but you going to figure it out like you always do? Yeah? Virtual production. Let's add a new VCam actor and let's see, set it to camera transform. And then we can set it to be active. So let's go down here, camera component.
What's happening?
I don't know, but you're going to figure it out like you always do. Set it to viewport 1. Okay, well, you keep trying like you always do, right? Let's see. Yeah, I don't know what the disconnect is here, but we clearly have our VCam actor enabled. And I think when you're in simulate mode, that is the only time, it seems, after a while, that it will actually show up on my screen. And that's kind of new to me. Because historically, I thought that you had to be using the other VCam actor app on the iPad to make this work, and turns out that's actually not the case. So let's see if we can pilot this during gameplay. And now I can walk anywhere in the house.
This is the wrong controller.
Okay, turn the other one on. Let's see. Camera. We want to match. So let's see if we can search. Match. Well, we'll just turn the computer off if you are going to complain about it instead of asking for help.
I can't see what's happening.
Okay, well, what are you supposed to say when you can't figure it out? There we go. He's 5, but he's learning every day.
I figured it.
You figured it out? And you're done complaining, right? Okay. And then you press select. Press it again, just not start, just select. You know something that every problem has? Zeppelin? Do you know what every problem has? Look at me. Look at me for a minute. Do you know what every problem has?
Yeah.
What? A solution. Yeah. Every time you have a problem, you can always figure out how to solve it if you just try different stuff, right? Yes, that is the hard part. One of my teachers always said there are 6 different ways to do everything in the world. And that has stuck with me like through everything. I didn't see my celebration over there. Yee! Yes, I can walk around and it's so awesome. Yeah, there's 6 different ways to do everything. And that's especially true when it comes to 3D art. There's no one way to accomplish these things. Now that we kind of got it figured out, let's see if we can re-enable, go from this to transform. We've got to try to figure out how to set our viewport dimensions. Record a cine camera, yes. Input profile, input device. Let's figure out if we can find the correct setting. Output provider, modifier stack, advanced. I don't know what I'm looking for, but I'm going to find it. Look at target, enable look at tracking. I wonder what that does. So can I look at something and it'll change focus? So let's change my tracking to do not override. We need, I wonder if that makes a difference. I don't think it does. Let's see, enable look at tracking, relative allow roll. I don't want to allow rolling like that. So go here, enable that. That way I can't tip the tablet sideways. Let's see, crop settings. What are we cropping? No crop. Advanced. Constraint aspect ratio. Override aspect ratio. Axis constraint. Don't know what that means. First person field of view and scale. That makes no difference. So typically what I'll do is I'll go in here and I'll turn stuff on and off. And when I find what I'm looking for, I'll try to memorize it. Tags, we don't need anything about tags. VCam component, auto activate. Camera component, VCam component. Scene component. Not sure about that. We're looking for one setting that changes the size of my viewport on the tablet. I think it was called match. Match remote resolution.
Maybe you have to find all of them.
Well, what does that change? I have to find all of them? You talking to me, buddy?
Someone's not. He always catches me.
Alright, this can help. So if I take this and make it about the size of my tablet.
If I take my candy
No, I'll tell you when. All right, let's disable it and re-enable it. Oh, that doesn't really help, but we can't have everything, I guess. The one thing that might make the biggest difference is showing this in a new viewport. So I can go to Window, Viewports, Viewport 2. I'm going to bring it over here.
Why nothing on the floor?
And let's set this to Viewport 2 instead of 1. Let's see if it'll reactivate it. Set it to Camera Transform. Ah, it's still not actually doing it. Well, that's strange. And it's probably because we're piloting it. So let's escape. Let's get out of it. Let's pilot here. And let's try to reset it and see if it works this time. Yep, super strange. It's not going to work. It's a bit buggy. Oh, okay, that makes sense. But at least we got it now. Let me come up to the camera. Of course, I can arm to record. Let me use the controls to move myself forward and change the control speeds. So movement, joystick, speed, I'll set both to 0.5. What game are you playing, buddy?
This one, but
What's happening?
I'm jumping when my camera's on.
Oh. Move myself down a bit. Close this. It looks super small here, but I can zoom in and out. And that'll give me a more reasonable perspective. Let's pause, or let's turn my camera where I want it. Pause it. And then unpause and record. Have to close take recorder. Press the record button. Press it again.
We can't play anything. If this tells me to play something, why can't I play something?
I don't know. Something you gotta figure out though, right?
Let me go over there.
I wonder if it's still simulating right now. Yeah, it is.
I died.
You died?
Not fair.
Well, life's not fair.
Okay, that.
Are you gonna keep complaining?
Oh no, can I?
Alright, we'll see. You can't have any candy until you can show me that you can control your anger, your energy, your body, and your mouth. And I'll let you get some candy in a minute, okay? But you have to have discipline in how you talk and how you behave when things don't go your way. Alright? I'm feeling a little slow, so let's increase my movement speed. to, probably because I'm like zoomed out, but it should be set to, oh yeah, I guess we're in the wrong room, so that makes a big difference. I'm not in there right now. All right. That's why. Look at my little boy. I keep forgetting I can just look at the tablet. All right, that's cool. This program on this iPad is just a little slower to respond to my inputs on the screen where it's rendering. I don't know how well you could hear me, but on this tablet, it's a little slower to respond to rendering the video on my screen. If I go to Take Browser, I can double click on this take. It should open it in Sequencer, and I can arm this to lock the camera to the viewport. And basically what happens is it creates this, what do you call it? Like a spline of points to show the transform of the camera, which I can manipulate in real time. Like I can move the pawn or the starting point of the camera to a different room, and all this movement would translate, right? So I just recorded a sequence of movement inside of the viewport, which now I can play back, pause, rewind, and I apologize if you, oh, well, I guess I did mute it. So let me turn on the computer audio.
Whoa! What are you? Wait, hey, mustache!
And this is the playback. Let me go to just
What's your
main,
deal,
let me
man?
go to a single view.
Pull 'em right out. Just run right back.
And yes, very realistic. This is, this is next level stuff. Once you figure it out, and I don't ever give up. I'm like trying to really nail that in my son's head. It's like things don't always go my way, and I'm live right now. So 3 hours into a stream, we get the idea, you ask a question. I'm like, I want to show you how to do this. I'm not going to say, oh, it's not working, I'll do it another day. I'm going to sit there in the stream and figure it out. And yes, the reflections are insane because I have it set to ray traced. Like I've got my PC can handle a lot. And I think the way that you set your project up makes a huge difference in the amount of quality you can get out of it in real time. And that's where I kind of messed up before. I didn't realize, let's set this back from raster to ray traced. I didn't realize that like ray tracing was still inside of Unreal Engine. You just really needed to know how to use it. And I was so confused in how to set it up. But one of the tricks that I do to make this even more realistic, this is how a lot of those liminal backrooms videos are filmed, I think, for Blender. Let me turn off, what is that? Game start hide text. With a virtual camera. Game start hide text. I don't think it's gonna actually hide while I'm playing it. But one of the tricks would be to take another iPhone or a lapel mic, and while you're walking around the scene with an iPad, you take or you take another iPad, anything that can record audio, and you record your audio while you're recording the take. You export that audio from the iPad or device into your computer as an MP3 or a WAV, bring that into Unreal Engine, and you can bring that into your sequencer so that you can now have a video sequence of your character, or this virtual camera walking through the scene, and then you'll have your actual underlying audio of your footsteps, your breathing, anything that you manipulate in the scene that you can use to simulate, you know, your character being in that physical space. So this being a digital twin of this basement, if I were to start recording from, and let's undock this and disable the camera. If I were to start recording from this room, from this position, which it's hard to get it like locked down correctly to where it feels like I'm actually sitting right in front of the screen where I'm supposed to be. I think as you can see, that's pretty much what the setup looks like. If I go to main view details, it's like kind of the same setup there. I'll start the take recorder here, hold my iPad, and I'll try to make sure it's oriented properly. Let me turn that audio off. And if anything, the one quick thing I can do is I can set the camera to where it's like right about here. Bring it down to like this edge of this window. So let's say about right here. And then I'll start my take right there, but I'll put my iPad right in that same spot. And then I'll hit record, and then I'll move back from that spot. And I'll make sure that the movement is set to 1. The alternative to that would be to get a tracker that you attach to your iPad or whatever you're using, and it physically simulates your physical space so that you're not relying on your Wi-Fi connection and the gyroscope inside of your tablet to send the position to Unreal Engine. This physical space thing, I don't know how it works, but you can tether the device to your physical space. And basically, you lock the virtual space, like position of the camera, into a particular space, and then you lock that to this device, and then without Wi-Fi, that device can communicate the transformation data of how you move, right? So it's really cool technology. Some virtual production setups will have like a larger camera, and they'll have one of those sensors on the top that has all these little antennas with big balls popping out of it. Basically, that tethers the camera position to your virtual camera much more accurately, and it allows for you to, like, it eliminates any skipping or stuttering that would happen due to like dropped connections or poor connection of the tablet to the computer over the network, because we're working on Wi-Fi. The alternative to that would be to have a Ethernet cable long enough to go through the entire space, and then connect that Ethernet to your camera or device and to your computer or your router. I don't know what that process is, but you're hardwired into Unreal Engine, so your movement is going through the Ethernet instead of over Wi-Fi. Way too complex, too complicated, unnecessary. This usually works well. So when you've got a character that you're animating inside of your scene, and you want to walk around that character and film it in a realistic way, you can set up a rig for your tablet or your phone. Your phone can be used as well. You can set up a rig for your device, and you can see on the device. I just learned with this particular app, you have to have the game simulating so that you can actually see your take. Alternatively, there's another app called VCam, Unreal VCam or something like that, that usually shows you your camera on the screen, like it'll pixel stream to your device by default. And I was so confused because I didn't know that the other app allowed for visual feedback until now. So I'm glad that we run into these problems when someone asks me a question on stream, and I'm like, oh, let's see if I can figure this out. I'm going to figure it out. But the positive is I learned something completely new that stumped me months ago. 4 months. It took me 2 months to figure out how to get VCam working the way I wanted, and I was so frustrated because I had to rely on a different app. Zeppelin, you can get 6 Sour Patch Kids. Yeah. I made my lights a hybrid ray collision based lighting. Modified my lighting in UE so I can ray trace without using a lot of resources. Ooh. I want to do the same thing with audio. I want to create a custom, unless someone else, I know there are a couple of plugins that I can probably go get now that I saw about a year ago that were designed for better ray traced audio, and it's kind of using the same technology, but I really want some good ray traced audio so that I can spatialize and virtualize my scenes a lot better and prepare them for VR. So when you have a headset on, it feels like if somebody walks behind a wall, you can spatialize where they are on the other side of that wall by the audio, to where the sounds are bouncing off of surfaces more accurately and connecting to the player's pawn. So, and ray tracing, like, yeah, the built-in tools don't give you a lot of flexibility, but if you understand how that works, and that goes over a lot of people's heads, with especially just the terminology in itself. How do I disable this? I'm actually going to, I didn't realize I had 2D cam actors. Can I turn both of these off and disable them? Yeah, I can. There we go. Ray tracing being depreciated in newer versions of Unreal Engine lead people to believe that it's what's the word I'm looking for? Like, not necessary, like not something they should be paying a lot of attention to. And I spent months trying to figure out how to get ray traced features rendering in real time appropriately, especially when it comes to surfaces. For example, I've got it set to raster right now. And if you look outside here, you can see there's no reflection on the glass. But if I go through the glass, you can now see the reflection. Well, after hours of research and not finding anything, I realized that my post-processing volume, I needed to have the translucency method set to ray trace, but also my settings needed to be adjusted everywhere, not only in the engine scalability, but in the project settings. Like, it's so many things I had to figure out to finally be able to see reflections on glass through glass. Because by default, when you're looking at glass, which, you know, obviously this is glass right here, and it's thick. Like, if I double click this and double click it again, let's double click. Let's see if we can move it out. This is a thick piece of glass, which means like it's a solid object, not just a flat plane. And that's one of the first mistakes people make. So since it's a thick piece of glass, you have all these settings that you have to adjust to account for how glass actually responds, like how light refracts through glass in real life. And the ray tracing I once thought was just no longer a part of Unreal Engine. Turns out I was very wrong. You okay, buddy? What's happening over there? Reflections. Something's happening with this mesh for some reason. Control E, let's figure it out. Okay. I think it's the, it's not anastrophe.
Oh, I know what
Base
that
color.
was. Amazing, I know where to go.
do. Let's see here. Okay, and why is this one not doing the same? So metal bumpo 2. Metal bumpo 2. It's literally the same mesh. Hey. No, I didn't say get more. Close it. Let me have the bag. It's not a free-for-all. Gonna have messed up teeth, mister. I'll think about getting more after dinner, okay? That doesn't mean we are, but I will think about it. Does it sound good? Okay, well, just rotating it a little bit helped fix whatever problem that was. I like to look for little problems and I'll figure out how to solve them. But we're going to go ahead and save this. I think we might deactivate all the VCAM stuff. We're going to delete all the VCAM stuff. And we really don't need that right now. But that was fun. That was a very fun thing to figure out. Let's edit.
Doesn't know where to go.
Really? Okay, BP letter sounds needs to go into the playroom.
I guess people don't see so.
What game you playing?
This?
Yep.
Look,
What is
we
it?
have to escape the teacher.
Gotcha.
That's it.
Shoe needs to go into the closet. Bedroom number 1. Closet number 1.
He doesn't know where to go so much.
Really?
I think he's blind or something.
Oh, okay.
There's some background in the game.
This one's going to go in bedroom number 2. And we've got a vintage Edison lamp. Needs to go in bedroom 1. So I like to try to keep things a little bit organized. Just a little bit. I would do more towards the end of the project development. Let's see, game playroom. What else we missing? Game start, hide text. That can stay out here. Thermostat. Guitar stand, bedroom 2. And text, which this is hidden. I've got basement text here, hidden from game because this is from the title sequence.
Don't go anywhere. Yes, he made it.
But that's supposed to be invisible. All right. Cool. Thanks for the lesson about the virtual camera. You're very welcome. And this is a 3-hour video, so probably coming back to this to find that information might be a little tough. But if you message me sometime on, preferably on like Instagram, Facebook, or YouTube, because I hardly get on Twitch. I'm not even like, I'm streaming from Restream right now. And ask for information about how I set that up. I will be glad to make a dedicated video about it. Hey, your asking taught me some new stuff. We're gonna keep the music off now. Now it's time for me to bring some more stuff in the scene. And I don't know what it's gonna be. Hanging guitars on the wall would be kind of nice. which that would mean I would need to bring in another guitar. So let's bring in first a guitar hanger. To Blender we go. I keep forgetting. All right, so A and Control J, and then we're gonna rename this from 30 to guitar underscore guitar hanger. This is going to be negative Y forward. File, export, FBX. Let's minimize Unreal, and this will make this a little faster. Put this inside of my Sketchfab 2 folder. Call it guitar hanger. And forward is negative Y, Z up, geometry, face smoothing, export, and close. No need to save it. We go into imported assets. This one's in electronics appliance, and we'll put this in instruments. And we'll say guitar hanger. We will bring in materials for this. So let's enable materials and textures. Import. We should have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 materials. We have 1, 2, 3. What are we missing? Got a normal. Looks like we're missing roughness. Several. All right, so let's go to the master material. Create an instance. This is going to be MI guitar hanger. And let's put that in the folder and double click it. So let's see, guitar hanger. Are we going to complain or are we going to figure it out? Okay.
Every time I help them, they don't help me.
Well, some people are like that. Are we going to complain or are we going to figure it out? Don't complain about it, okay? Some people are just not cool. And complaining is just going to make you hate the game when it's not the game's fault. Some people are just not nice. I would say that's metalness. So let's grab a normal. Roughness. I would imagine. What is this? That's not roughness. That's albedo. I mean, that's ambient occlusion. This is roughness. This is metalness. Even though there's no information there. This might be used for our specular. I forget how those AOR, whatever those materials are. I forget how they work. Well, let's find out. Fortunately, we have one static mesh, and we can apply this to it. Let's disable. Well, I mean, that looks kind of good. Let's disable nanite for now, and then let's adjust the metalness. Metallic intensity. I guess that doesn't really matter. I think it's actually specular. We need to make an adjustment to the master material. So specular, base specular. So multiply color correction specular, specular UV. We need another multiply node. So let's copy, paste here. We need a scalar. So let's do S click and specular intensity. Running out of space in this box. Set the default to 1. And it is a parameter, but specular needs to be under 3 specular. So let's go 3. And what is this set to? 1. I wonder if I can set this as, let's see. Set it to 33. If you have followed me on Twitch, I'll come and find you. If you're streaming, if you do streaming and upload videos, send me your YouTube or Instagram, and I'll definitely check out what you're working on too. Zeppelin, you want pasta or pizza?
Pizza, pasta. Why aren't they helping me with walk?
Some people,
Why do they don't help me if I help them?
some people don't know that they're supposed to help you. You know that? You're very welcome for the tips. Take care. All right, so now that we've got, I guess I could have edited that in the window here. We should be able to adjust for a specular. There is a metallic. I don't think that's, I think that's a solid color, so it's not going to be useful. What is this? Roughness, intensity. Lots of detail in there, probably somewhat unnecessary. But this doesn't have to be super rough. Normal intensity is probably fine. You won. Good job. 1 might be okay. No opacity or emissive surface imperfections, dirt, snow, none of that. Okay, save, and let's grab that material or the static mesh from the content browser and bring it into our scene and figure out what the orientation is and what the size is. Crazy! Probably got to be 0.1, so let's do 0.1, 0.01. And rotate it 90.
Yay, I won the whole thing.
How?
And the trampoline says what?
Go into modeling mode. Let's do a bake transform, accept,
Yay, I won.
and then edit pivot. Let's see what's the front and back. I need to disable post-processing volume translucency method to raster so I can see my pivot. You can't change controllers. It'll only let you use the first one. Front, back. You want to change controllers? I'll show you how. Take the batteries out of that one, out of both of them. Got to pull it back. No, just let me show you how to take it off. Look at this. Look at mine. That has to pull out like that. Look. Look. Hold the controller with your fingers on top like that. Top fingertips. Yes. Like that. And you pull it up like this. Look at it. Look at it real quick. You see? Look. See how this is a line right here? That means that's, yeah. See how it comes up? Now, batteries are out. This one, open it. You don't have to push it. You're pressing a bunch of buttons. You can hold it like this so you don't push any buttons. Put your thumbs right here and push it up like that. Can't do it. Close it. Turn it back on. Now that should be controller number 1. Yeah. Press select. Now do it like that. So when I adjust my pivot, I can set this to front or back, and that'll tell me what the orientation is of my pivot is right now. So if this is the front, I will have to set it to the right and then rotate that pivot like so and hit accept. So now if I go to edit pivot and I go front and back, it'll position itself appropriately. So I can hit cancel now. And if I wanted to make sure this was flush against the wall, I can go transform, use the gizmo, and then hit control to move this up against the right against the wall. Complete. And now I can disable raster translucency method or set it back to ray traced. We'll do that last. We'll keep it as raster now so that we can see our gizmo in modeling mode when we need it. Okay, so now the only thing I'm missing is the height. And I guess it doesn't really matter. We can reposition this when we're ready. But just to like give the scene some life, let's this is a Is this a blueprint? Or is it just an item? It's just an item, no blueprint. So let's copy it.
Pizza.
Haven't started it yet. Let me finish what I'm doing. It's only 4:30. We're not gonna make dinner just yet, okay? Let's edit, paste here. Let's reset the transform and then just rotate it. And then let's see if we can position this appropriately. I can do Alt and middle mouse button to temporarily change the gizmo location like this. Let's go to from lit to player collision. So I need to go Control E to open this up and remove collision, and then create the collision, regenerate a collision mesh, and I can save and close this. And now we have a collision on there. So our guitar can now be moved into place a little more accurately. Now, some things this might not work very well. We might have to make our own custom collisions or create some bones to like lock this stuff into place. But we're just gonna see what this thing does when we hit play. Because who knows, it might actually do what it's supposed to do. And it might not. So let's simulate. And let's see if it actually stops moving at some point. Okay, it does. It's not pretty. This particular item, we can set it to, we can disable collision on this. But let's right click and keep simulation changes. This is probably going to mess something up. I'm going to stop it and it might disappear. I'm going to do a copy paste and I'm going to reset that one. Actually, no, that's not going to work. Let's just bring another one out. Not a blueprint. No, let's get a blueprint. Copy the location. And copy the rotation. We'll go back and optimize the collisions a little bit later. But if we hit simulate, let's see what happens. Eventually, it'll give up. Like, it'll stop moving. But I don't like the position. Let's go back to our player controller. Can I move it out? Yes, I can. But putting it back is probably going to be hard. Collision isn't optimized very well.
I need the for
I mean,
this
that's not
game.
bad.
I need to pay for this game every day.
You do?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, they want you to pay for everything. So we'll work on optimizing. Oh, it's tripping out. It's acting crazy. Ooh, what a terrible thing to do to a guitar. So for this one, I'm going to reset the position. And we're going to disable collision altogether. I mean, disable collision. I mean, disable physics. But I can't do that per... I don't know if I can do that per instance. So let's see. Simulate physics on this one to none. Guitar Gibson. Okay, I can in the details panel. And it's not going to affect all the other stuff. And this is the thing, since our physics is simulated, I can't, since it's not simulated, I can't pick it up. And that's cool because there's 2 more guitars in here that I can pick up if I wanted to. Let me get rid of that. And I'm going to turn this one into a music room. You having fun, bud?
No one's saying behind me go walk this stuff.
Go across the stuff. Go across what stuff? Is it one of those games where you have to work together and push buttons? Do you have to push buttons to help people get across? Gretsch, White Falcon. Oh, yes, sir, Bob. Let's minimize that. I'll put some pizza in the oven in a minute. I'm hungry too, buddy. I miss my Gretsch guitars so much. Such a shame I had to get rid of them. I kind of want to do this one a little bit different. We are going to export as a FBX real quick. Put this inside of... And let's do... What is the other one called? Guitar. Let's figure that out real quick. Electric.
Oh yeah, they're helping me now.
Gretsch. White. Falcon. Let's copy that.
We're almost to the finish line.
Negative Y is forward. What game you playing? Z up. Geometry. Exit. Close. Don't save. Let's go back to the engine. And new folder. Guitar. R-E-T-S-C-H. We're gonna bring in materials and everything. And I think, let's see how many instance materials, how many materials. Oh boy, this one looks all separated. Everything looks separate on here, which is cool. And this makes for more interactable opportunity. But we're talking 47 static meshes. That's a lot of meshes. Okay, first things first. Save everything. And let's take this and copy it. File, recent levels, gallery. We already have a guitar here, but we're gonna paste, edit, paste here. Definitely didn't paste where I wanted it to. Oh, I didn't realize I copied 2 guitars. All right, let's get all these static meshes. Boy, that's a lot. And it looks like some things are backwards or didn't import at all. I see. Uh-oh, somebody's sleepy.
Me.
Who is it? Zeppy.
Eppy, Peppy, 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 Coco, Papa.
Where's box? Floor. Okay, got it. Let's see, new folder.
Nana,
Guitar
Bobo,
2.
Bodo, Dodo, Coco, no, 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 Dodo. No, no.
Let's right click on these and disable nanite. And that's going to give me a much better looking model. So I wonder if this is supposed to be white. I don't know. I don't think it is though. Could be wrong. Definitely not. But the cool thing is I now have...
The cool thing is that I'm almost to the finish line.
Oh, are you? Zeppelin says he's almost to the finish line, everyone.
One more drop to go and I might be to the finish
Oh
line.
my lord, one more. Let's just drag everything in there, and anything that's already in there will just update. And let's save it. Now, take all of that. I forgot how big the this Gretsch was. I can see.
The mommy paid the mom. The mommy paid the mom. La 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 la.
All right, this will look really cool once I get those materials optimized. But a lot of this stuff needs to be double-sided, it seems. All right, so let me make sure in my master material it's already set to two-sided. Let's see. Yep, it is. Okay. It appears as though, let's see, materials. How many materials are there? Material. Oh my goodness. 1, 2, 3, 4. 17 materials?
Oh my goodness, I am almost to the finish line.
Oh my lordy.
Look, all the way over there. Finish line.
Nice.
See that?
Yep. How you gonna get there?
You had to press buttons to get there.
Press buttons. All right then. Do a material copy. Grab that material instance. Rename it. So mi guitar Gretsch, and then this one's going to be body.
One more. Or almost. I'm at the finish line.
Nice, nice, nice. It looks like it's just the color and the noise. So noise in 3. All right, so Gretsch body. Let's reset everything. And then grab noise in 3, put it here. Save it. Add an albedo, base color. And we can do a color pick. Don't know how useful that's going to be, but let's now apply our new material. Roughness. See, it's not supposed to be wrinkly like that. So the noise doesn't even make sense. Whoever, yeah, it doesn't make sense. We're going to have to find.
They always like us painters.
Really? So I could go just straight custom here. and use really whatever colors I want. And this is what I like about the more dynamic. Oh, look at that. Oh, my Lord. That's nice. That's nice. But let's see what the master material is looking like. We want this to be two-sided and save it. What did he say? The Stream Deck added in a virtual stream deck, so I'm using my tablet as a fourth monitor. And oh, that's pretty tight. That's pretty tight. Oh wait, it is white in there. Ah, there is an interior. Okay, that's cool. Man, that's nice looking. Let's see what else we got. We're gonna make this one a little more fancy.
Why is he dancing?
Who's dancing, bud? Definitely not that one. Nope.
There's a secret passage I know.
Oh yeah? Bad what?
And it said bad romance.
Oh.
Plus, you did it a little faster than me.
Y'all, we are just looking at different options here to see what is going to be the most reasonable. Thinking, leaning on something like this. See those imperfections in there real good. And this is what I like about these more dynamic meshes. We have a lot of control over how we can... Oh, what is that? Modeling mode. Polygroup edit. What's happening there? It doesn't show up if I'm in polygroup edit, though. Okay, so let's go to attributes, tangents. Could that potentially be a tangents problem? Quite possibly.
I didn't want to fall down. Not fair.
source model LOD 0, and then rendered data. All right, so what that probably means is Control E. We need to figure out if we can customize our LOD. LOD group. Let's see what happens. No, that doesn't fix anything. What difference does it make if I close it? None. Well, that's something new I need to learn. There's something wrong with the mesh, and I think it's LOD. It's relative, like relevant to LOD. But when we look at it here, that issue doesn't show up, and it's gotta be like a material related thing. So if we reset the material, that issue is gonna go away. Okay, parent material, what's going on?
Can't believe we fell again.
Fell again, what happened?
The room was
Okay, can be fingerprints. Doesn't look like it's dust. Just disable stuff. Roughness. Metalness. Base color. Scalar. Anisotropy. Definitely not that. UVs. Dust. What the hell? Well, we're going to figure it out. And when we do, we'll feel good about it. I honestly think it's UV related. But I don't know. There it is. Use object UVs Learned something new today. So all of my objects in my scenes that have had those issues were forcing a UV settings on the meshes because of these materials. Oh, one thing off the checklist of issues that I've ran into constantly without like understanding how to fix them. I like this. This looks nice. So we'll apply the materials that we want to use to this whole thing. Changes. And then merge all the assets, and then it'll have like, I don't know, 15, a bunch of materials, but they'll all be instances of one master, and that I'm okay with. Ooh, I'm actually not mad about that. That's not what I wanted, but
I'm not even sad about that because I didn't even move one single time.
really.
Yeah, but this one's tricky. That one was, I almost fell. That one I almost fell. Well, right now I fell, but I landed on something that didn't let me fall. I almost fell all the way to the all the way to the bottom again.
Yeah. This RTX Pro sounds like a jet engine right now. That thing is just crazy. Crazy. In my plastic silver. That's not even silver. Oh, so many options. So many options. Do we have a white? White. Like, this is gonna be premium.
This thing is so hard.
It is?
And it's so bad. I don't like it.
Yeah, it's gonna be a real nice spec. Oh boy.
Somebody didn't let me go somewhere. That's not fair.
We're gonna complain about it? Okay, thank you. You're gonna just work it out, right? Yeah, buddy, that's what Daddy's talking about. That's what I like to hear, okay? Maybe try to kind of minimize the material usage a little bit here.
time I fall on this part, something pops up for no reason.
I wonder what it could be.
I just moved on that part.
Okay.
It's so serious.
Really?
No, at least that'll make it simple.
That's better. It's okay, bud.
I'm so mad at it. I'm so bad at this.
Hmm.
I don't
It
like
sounds like you're complaining again.
I'm not.
You are. That's what complaining is. Are we gonna keep complaining? Let's work on that, okay? Thank you. I think one solution to this one would be to enable nanite, but I really don't like doing that. But okay.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yes, sir.
No damage.
No damage?
But I still fell. That's so bad.
Happens. Right, it happens, right? Yeah. Oh, that's supposed to be wood. I think I need to find a good wood material for that one. Now, what is going on here? Same shit. Same. Zoo, don't play like that.
I'm so mad.
I know.
at them.
Don't let it get to you. Alright, UVs aren't showing up like they're supposed to. Maybe. Hey, Zoo, you want to cut it off? Would you like to cut the game off? Alright, it sounds like you're getting frustrated. I'm going to have to mute my mic and have a conversation with you.
No.
You told me that if I gave you candy, that we were going to work on our attitude, right? Can we continue that? Okay. You give me something, I give you something. I think that's a fair trade. All right, this is something I gotta figure out. I don't. I don't know how to completely tame this issue. There's got to be something with the geometry. So if I go to polygroup edit, grab both of these and decompose them, will it still have the same issue? It looks like it does. Polygroup edit, select all, recalculate normals.
How did I fall if nothing disappeared on that?
Not sure.
Not fair.
What's not fair about it?
I keep losing on that part.
Okay, do what you have to do to not lose. That's part of the game, Zeppelin.
I
Lose.
don't even know that thing did disappear again.
Yeah.
This game is so bad.
Is it?
Yeah.
Well,
Somebody keeps hurting me.
well, play a different game. Okay. All right, I found a solution. Change the triplanar rotation of the X.
This game is so bad.
Hey, Zeppelin, you complain about it again, I'm just going to turn the computer off and you're going to have to find something else to do and you'll be upset, all right? You have a choice. I want you to make that choice by yourself. Can you handle it? You sure? .016 triplanar projection rotation 0.016, and that fixes that issue. Cool. Learning a bunch of random stuff, and I guess you just have to be just doing stuff for the education to just happen. Like, I would never found that on YouTube. I would have never found that on YouTube. All right, hardware. Got a lot of black and gold. At what point do we overdo it with the gold? That's what we need to know. What is this? Inside? We can set the inside to be wooden. I'm not ready to do wood yet. We'll come back to that. I sense frustration, bud. You can hardly notice the eagle on here, and we're going to fix that in a minute. Oh, it's because it's backwards. Okay, so polygroup edit, select all, flip, and recalculate, accept.
Flip and flop.
Flip and flop, that's it. That's right. This should also probably be gold. That's the trend right now. How does that look? Yeah, that's good. So once we paint everything,
This is a hard one. Help.
you got it, bud. You'll be able to get it. Promise you will. As you do every other game you
I
play.
made it from this part.
Okay.
Could you help?
You got it. Keep trying until you get it. That's part of gaming. You got to keep trying until you make it. Don't give up.
Yay! Made it.
That's what I'm talking about. See, you don't need my help. Always asking me for help.
Made it.
Good.
That one, I made it. Also.
How's it feel to make it by yourself?
I made it all the way to the end.
How does it feel?
Good.
Good. See, I don't want to help you, not because I don't want to help you, but I want you to be able to get it. How y'all feeling about these black strings? I think that's a little more realistic. Oh, look at how beautiful. Gorgeous. I'm gonna make those black too, probably. Gorgeous. What a spec. Man, this is looking so good. Now I want my Gretsch back. I want it back. Let's see, wood. Content, material instance. We got dark oak wood. Let's see which one is going to look best on this. It looks a little funny. That might work. Might need to change the I don't know how to feel about that. I don't know how to feel about that. Let's see. My wood. Definitely not that one. I mean, I don't hate it. I do need to, I will need to modify though. I don't hate it. That's not bad. I just need to really get them UVs adjusted. That fixes things a little bit, it looks like. Maybe, maybe not. Let's try to rotate it. No, that's not helpful at all.
That's not fair.
Okay, well, do we talk about fairness?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so. It looks like I need to modify this. Use object UVs. Hit cancel. Look at his reflection in there. Although I don't think the inside of a guitar would be painted like this. So, might not be the most realistic option here. But if it's premium, who knows? I could be wrong. That blue, that wood is a nice touch on this spec, though. I think we might have a little much. I think going a little overboard on the gold and the hardware. Okay, I mean, I'll take it. I'll take it. That's going to be a good spec. It'll look good. I like the blue. And assuming that we have... Oh, it's one more thing. One more thing. One more thing right here. Let's apply this here. Come on, man.
All the time I fall.
That's okay.
That's so bad.
Are you the only one who falls?
Mm-hmm.
No, you're not.
Mm-hmm. And look, I have a mystery.
Why did they break it?
With what?
The floor. They made you fall again.
That's so bad of them.
Is it bad of them?
Mm-hmm. They're so bad.
I think it's just you're playing with other kids that are your age, younger, or older and mean. Isn't that how life works? Yes. Say, that's how life works. And I don't like it. Say, I don't like it.
I don't like it.
Say, I don't like it. Say it for real.
I don't like it.
But I will deal with it.
I'll deal with it.
All right, so I'm going to change the color of a couple of items real quick before I save this. So metal, painted. Let's just make sure. Playing a different game now? Great. We're getting ready to end this stream, y'all. I'm just going to check on a couple other items. Paint black, matte plastic glossy, metal painted, plastic glossy. So we're not going to be able to like really make significant changes to this. Once it's done, it's done. I mean, we'll be able to change the spec of a couple things, but I'm digging this gold trim. What is this? Oh, black lines. Let's modify that. Trying to make some pizzas, Zebby. Pizza. Say pizza. Pizza. Let's see here. Yeah, it looks good. This looks nice. This looks accurate. So with all of that done, Dunsky, I can select all of the meshes. We're going to select this one first, and then select all these others. And then we'll go to favorites, merge, and first input object, and accept. Now we use the automotive materials on the guitar, and they all share one master material, which is not my master, and I'm okay with that. Not my master material. But now we have one mesh, and let's see what the material count is for the mesh. Let's change the name of the static mesh first, and change this to SM underscore guitar underscore Gretsch underscore white underscore falcon. Copy that, and then paste that in our outliner. Asset name minus the SM. Great. And let's go filter by static mesh. Delete all 46 of these meshes we no longer need. Force delete. And let's go to material and delete all of these materials. We can also delete the textures. So force delete. Probably something in there missing, which is fine. Let's get rid of all these textures. Except for AO. I want to keep my AO. I'm going to keep the AO. So all minus AO. And delete. Actually, I want to keep some of these normals too. So the flakes, normal flakes. Metallic flakes. I want to keep the flakes. I don't know what we can do with those, but I think we can do something with them. What is this? Patent. Noise. Strings. I want to keep all of those too. Alright, so where's the patent go? Patent looks like it goes inside somewhere. We're not even going to worry about that right now. We can use these normals on some other materials, other items. Excuse me. Now, if I go back to this guitar and edit the pivot, we can choose front, back, front, back. So if this is the front, we need to rotate it that way. So bottom, and let's rotate it like so. Hit accept. Okay, now control E. Make sure that this is not a nanite enabled mesh.
I'm just watching someone do this.
Are you?
Yeah, that's not fair.
Use object UVs.
What's happening on the screen?
Set the triplanar rotation to 0.016. Yeah, that fixes it. See, we just learned something new. Alright, we're missing a couple of objects. We're missing something. So, glossy plastic, object UVs. Alright, look for any artifacts. Okay, and then we go into the static mesh and we highlight anything using save. All right, what is this one? Highlight. Okay, glossy plastic. Let's turn that off for a sec and adjust the rotation. 0.016, enter. Save it. Okay. I don't know. Doesn't matter. For the most part, it's fixed. As long as that's not showing up here. Okay, that's got to be the gold. Okay, so let's turn this off. Set this to 0.0116. Enter. And let's see if that fixes it. Oh, it's not the gold.
I won.
Fantastic.
2 of us won.
Awesome.
Oh my god. And I closed it. Burn. Daddy, when I closed my eyes, burn.
Maybe you need to take a break from the game and watch some TV a little bit.
Okay.
No thanks. I wonder why.
This one isn't so hard.
All right, I don't remember what I was trying to do there, but oh, we got to figure out what these two materials are. So let's highlight this. Oh, that's what's missing. So that one and
I don't like
that
watching
one.
people. This is not fair.
Really.
I hope she loses because I don't even want to watch her.
Really? You don't want to? Okay.
She's about to lose. That's the place where I was.
Really?
Well, that's good because it's done, but I hate that
Why?
because I had to watch her all reason when I lost. I had to watch everybody when I lost. Lose.
Oh.
Well, this one isn't a hard one.
There we go. That's better. So all of that work just to get one new asset in the scene, but it's worth it though, because now I can copy it. I can just right click and edit paste here, rotate it, copy the location of this one, paste that here, and then move it into place. So first of all, this is copy. Paste. And then
Oh, only I won and nobody else won? Nobody else won except for me? That's weird.
you say it like you don't ever win stuff. Do you ever win?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So it's not weird at all.
Well, I'm going to win this one. 3, 2, 1, 2.
Now let's modify this gold material. And it should be set to use the object UVs. There we go.
Every time I have to watch people, and that's bad.
Is it bad? Or are you just in the mood to complain right now?
I'm just in the mood to let them fall.
Okay, let them
Watch
fall. You know, you don't have to be rude or mean about it.
Because I don't even want to watch her. I don't want to watch anything. I want to play the game.
I feel you, buddy. I
He
feel you.
needs to fall at some point.
I wonder how these people who are listening to you feel about that, though. Chat, should Zeppelin be mean because everybody else is being mean to him on Roblox? I think they're gonna say no. What do you think, bud? All right, we're gonna code this to a. We don't use that word. Say it again. You have to turn the game off, okay? Say okay, Dad.
Can't.
Say it normally. Just because I'm live on this video right here doesn't mean that I'm gonna treat you any different. Okay?
He fell. Only see wins. Not fair.
I thought you were gonna play skate today.
I'm gonna play skate after.
After, like, during dinner.
Before dinner.
Before? Oh. All right. Let's take a look at this blueprint.
Definitely gonna win this one though.
Ooh. Hunger is about to strike, buddy. I think I want to make pizza and pasta.
I don't like watching people so.
All right, let's have a break.
I wanna watch it.
Let's have a break.
I'm keeping it so
No,
you
you're
can
pushing a bunch of
have it.
buttons. Okay, if you do that, we're gonna have a break all night. You want to have a break for a little while or all night? And no more games until tomorrow.
I don't want you.
Okay, let's have a break. Go watch TV for on a Roblox video.
I don't wanna watch it.
Okay, whatever you want to watch is fine. But a quick break
Too bad.
or no more tonight then.
No.
Keep talking like that. Huh?
Well,
I hope she makes it.
oh, she made it.
Good.
Can I play it now?
Nope. We'll go watch TV for a little bit.
I can't play it. mom. Oh, mommy. Oh, a.
Let's watch your mouth.
Look at that baby.
Let's see here. We got to simulate physics. We'll just keep it as is, and we're going to go to class settings and add grab. And that should do her. That should do her. This one, though, in particular, I want to disable physics. And we can always just add another. So I can copy this. And it's not that serious. So the 3 guitars is just temporary. We'll just only keep 2 of them once I get around to adding more content to the scene. But this looks pretty nice. It's worth it to have some interesting assets in there that are high quality. That's what I like to see.
His face is so fat. His face is so fat.
Remember, we are on like medium settings here, but just being able to populate the scene with content is my favorite. It's what I like to do. And I think the reason that I wanted to simulate physics on that was because I do want to enable, so I guess I will copy it over. I do want someone to be able to pick it up and look at it. Let's see though, this looks like it's gonna be way too big. Way too big. So what I probably need to do instead of using this bad boy is grab a different guitar stand. And let's just go with this one. You are a strange little man, and you have my pity. Well, that's not gonna work. Oh my goodness. Definitely not gonna work. Unless We go into modeling mode and polygroup edit. Let's select all. And well, actually, maybe not. Okay. Decompose it.
Now could I play?
Nope. I'll let you know when you can, though, okay? A break is very much necessary right now. Ladies and gentlemen, that is how you customize
He's so bad playing that game.
Let's see if this actually does what it's supposed to. So let's simulate physics on this and run the simulation. Okay, everything sits in its place. That's good. Fantastic. I know, buddy. Once I wrap this up, I got you, okay?
Oh,
Oh, can't navigate. All right, there we go. And now these guitars are just going to sit here so that the player can actually grab and interact with them if they want. And we're going to test that now. So save. I guess I did mute that, so it doesn't matter.
Now can I?
Nope, I'll let you know when. Oh, look at it. It's just, oh, glittery and stuff.
Look at
Oh,
this one.
what a terrible.
M-N-E-T. What does that spell?
I don't know. What does it spell? M-N-E-T? I don't know. What does that mean? Now, the next thing I need to implement for this is this is a project for myself. The next thing I need to implement is a type of interaction that allows me to pick up the object. What is this? And lock it into the view and then rotate it on a specified axis. And place the object back in its position. And I think that might require bones or animations potentially. Animation sequence to change the location of the asset. So maybe I'll come back one day and I will replace these with 2 different guitars. But this is a good start. So today we've added interactions to this stuff. Let's take Q, zoom into it, rotate it, and we can pick this stuff up. Let's see, tilde, and let's get some audio in there. Oh, that looks pretty nice, actually. It is 5:53. 5:53. What's the date? November 21st. There's Zeppelin in front of his little fire truck. This feels good. Nice. I'm good with that.
Oh, let me see that again.
Oh, man, how upset I would be if somebody did that to me. this text. Change the time of day. Say good night. Turn the lights off. Actually, I want to see that. Now to implement the game animation sample character so that I can change my walk speed at the very least. The only thing I don't know about that is whether I can go from first person to third person.
Daddy,
What's up, bud?
play now?
Nope.
Why? This taking so long.
How about you go ask for Emmett or Jane?
Look at this here. Shut up. But watch how he spins away with it.
Well, I don't.
Poor dog. Really, Zeppelin?
Look. Look, Dad. Look at this.
What am I looking at?
This I'll show you.
Oh my goodness. He said just press in button and go. Yeah, sometimes that works. But yes, I do that. But what were you referring to? What was I trying to move that you were telling me to press the end button for?
I'm the Lorax, guardian of the forest. I speak for the trees. So you're telling me you just didn't see me magically appear? With all the lightning and thunder and stuff. You didn't see any of that?
No, but that sounds amazing. Can I see some of that?
Yeah, I can show you. But that's not how it works.
Okay, didn't really happen. Oh, I know what you want. I've got
This has got to be one of the coolest things that I've ever done.
I ever saw.
This is using just physics restraints
How dare you?
in a blueprint.
Give me that. Well, I'm gonna eat this, but I am highly offended by it.
Have one button to turn on and off all the lights to make my life easier. Oh.
Did it just say East Hill?
No, please subscribe, is what he said.
Daddy,
What's up?
that's what happened at lunch today.
What happened at lunch today?
Someone, two people built two Christmas trees.
2 Christmas trees in the lunchroom?
Yeah.
Ah, that's cool. Were they big?
Kids here. We can't just hang out here forever after what we just pulled.
Were they big?
Wander off to some
Big Christmas trees?
You don't even know what's there.
I do.
Did you help?
No,
Been there.
because we were in months at that time. We didn't even get the walls. I mean, we did get the walls, but no
That city
help.
is still shining.
That's
That's the last
blue.
place.
I can see that it is 6:01. All right, 30 minutes until dinner. When you can prove to me that you have a good attitude. I just don't want you getting angry and ruining your controller and letting your emotions determine how you play with other people. Just because other people do mean things, that doesn't mean it's right for you to do mean things, right? Zeppelin? Right? I don't like that. I don't want you to be a mean kid. Not only do I not want you to, I'm not going to let you be a mean kid. If somebody's not letting you cross or do whatever in the game, that you shouldn't do the same thing. Right? Right, bud? After dinner. Yep.
What? I got one.
That means you have about an hour. And if you say that it's not nice, I'm just gonna decide that we're not going to play anymore tonight.
Give me that.
I don't want that.
No, I'm gonna eat this, but I am highly offended.
All right, this lighting feels very natural. I forgot I threw the guitars around. Can I step on it? I can. Let's go a little brighter. Oh man, this just if I can nail down the two times of day that are most appropriate for architectural visualization, I'm gonna go get me a apartment client. I want to do this for an apartment complex. Our indirect lighting is being a little weird though. What's happening over there? Where's that color coming from? Oh, it's probably coming from the slide. Yeah, we got some light leaking happening somewhere. Let's go back. Yeah, that feels good too. Oh, the dedication. And that looks a little funny. Moments later. This is actually not easy to do. I need to add some mechanics for the basketball. Well, this is funny. Okay. I don't know what else to add right now. I'm going to call it a night. And we'll add some more stuff later. These look really good. All right. That's enough. Talk to y'all later.